The game the fans have been waiting impatiently for. Now it's almost here, and both teams know they had better be ready as soon as the referee's whistle sounds. A fabulous prospect. Next on EA TV. And a warm welcome on what is an ideal night for football, you've got to say. I'm Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready to provide all the technical and tactical analysis, is Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It's Nottingham Forest up against Arsenal.
Thanks, Derek. Well, often we talk about the tactics, the individual players that are missing, but so often it's the mentality of the players that is key to winning any football game. Which of these teams has the right attitude today is the big question.
And here's how Nottingham Forest will line up. Anthony Elanga plays with Callum Hudson-Odoi out wide, and up front it's Chris Wood. He must finish! And a fine stop to turn the ball away. And this is the Arsenal starting 11. Gabriel plays alongside William Saliba in central defence. Martin Odegaard plays with Thomas Partey in central midfield. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. Top-class defending. Elanga. Trossard. Good tackle. Gibbs White. Gives it a go. And a goal right off the bat. No wonder they're jumping for joy. Urian Timber. It's with Gabriel. Martin Odegaard. Partey. It's with Odegaard. Mikel Merino. Rice with it. Working away patiently, looking for an opening. Hudson-Odoi. Williams. Couldn't quite find his teammate. Dangerous looking attack. And the defender got the last touch. That'll be a corner. Rice. And here's Gabriel. Dominguez. Elanga. Hudson-Odoi. Oh, surely! He got a good palm on it.
Well, that was a terrific save by Raya. Had that gone in, I'm not sure how they would have responded to that.
Well, maybe a chance for them now to alleviate the pressure. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Trossard, and this to level it. Oh, great defending. Mikel Merino. Arsenal pushing forward with options available. Odegaard. Well, he tried in vain to get himself back onside.
Well, he needs to show greater awareness there and hold on to the ball a fraction longer.
Hudson-Odoi. Nice looking move, this. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Martin Odegaard. Now in possession, Trossard. Declan Rice. Odegaard. A really single-minded. This could square the game. And that's exactly what has transpired. Now, that could be a massive turning point, and momentum is with them. Murillo. Elliot Anderson. And it's with Gibbs White. Hudson-Odoi. It's Callum Hudson-Odoi. Gibbs White. Dominguez. And a chance for him on the flank. Hudson-Odoi. They do pass the ball with authority. Gibbs White. Well, quite simply not precise enough from that position. Declan Rice. Fine work from Nottingham Forest to win back possession. Really good, strong tackle, and it'll be a throw-in. Chris Wood. Here's Chris Wood! Able to close down the shot. Declan Rice. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. And with that, the first... Into the second half then, and these two sides are locked together. Just can't really choose between them at the moment. Nico Williams. Nikola Milenkovic. Failure to keep the ball by Nottingham Forest. Martin Ødegaard. Chris Wood. And fed forwards. Gibbs White. They're racing away here. Wood. Making sure nothing untoward happened. Superb tackle. High quality defending. Well, it's a decent looking attack, this, but nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. And with that, they thwarted the opportunity. Chris Wood. An attack full of promise. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. You certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, I really liked his first half display. He was certainly the most influential player on the field, and I'm expecting more of the same in the second 45 minutes.
Decisive pass. Oh, goodness me, he's hit the post. And eventually into the grateful grasp of the keeper.
Well, that could have gone anywhere once it hit the woodwork, but they've got away with it here.
Opportunity to deliver the cross. Hudson-Odoi. Tremendously strong in the tackle. Intelligent threaded pass here. And he did well to cut it out. Now a decent position. Rice. On to Trossard. Can they forge ahead? Well, they would have done had it not been for the keeper.
Well, they should be ahead now. Yes, it was a good save, Derek, but he should score from there.
Well, there to intercept. Now what can they do from here? Oh, really careless. They might be in. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity.
Well, as you can see from the stats, Forest simply aren't creating enough. They need to play at a higher tempo, get the ball forward quicker and get some crosses into the box.
Hudson-Odoi. Hudson-Odoi. Opportunity here. Oh, that surely had to go in, but marvellous defending. And how about the short corner? Well, he knew he had to get to the ball, and he did. Bodies forward, and the break looks on. Marino. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Hudson-Odoi. Chris Wood. Morgan gives White. Passing it around, looking for the goal that would put them ahead. Well, it was a good-looking sequence, but it comes to an end. And forward go Arsenal. Do they have a late winning goal in their future? Ødegaard. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger.
Well, what a big moment that could prove to be. The keeper's just kept them in it. What a save.
Well, maybe a chance for them now to relieve the pressure by stringing a few passes together. Wood. Moving the ball nicely, looking for that final pass. But then the commentator's curse comes into play. Can they get in behind them? Oh, might be. Oh, body in the way, crucially. Arsenal's corner late in the game. And the danger clear. And there to intervene. Martin Ødegaard.
Well, the atmosphere is so tense inside this stadium, but can they find that moment of magic to win this game? The crowd certainly think so. Just listen to them.
Martin Ødegaard, body on the line. And the fourth official confirming that we'll have one additional minute. Can he play it in? He'll take this on. Oh, can you believe it? With so little time left. And there it is, the final whistle. Not what the...
Two giants of football going head-to-head today. The atmosphere is electric. So many stars on show, and everyone is excited and ready for this one. Join us for all the action next on EA TV.
Well, hello everyone. We're in Manchester today, the Etihad Stadium. I'm Guy Mowbray, and alongside me for commentary is Sue Smith. And it's a game from the Premier League on the way. It's Manchester City versus Arsenal.
Cheers, Guy. Well, I'm sure both managers will have given them the final instructions. Go out and give it their all. Hopefully, that'll be enough for a positive result. I'm looking forward to this one.
And so the first half kicks off. This is the Manchester City starting 11. Ederson is between the posts. Phil Foden plays alongside Bernardo Silva in the heart of midfield. And the main man in attack is Erling Haaland. This is how Arsenal line up. Martin Odegaard plays alongside Thomas Partey in the middle of the park. And they'll play with a lone striker up front. Phil Foden. Good work from Arsenal to win back possession. Thomas Partey. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Arsenal come away with the ball. Rice, and the defender in the right place to stop it. Arsenal trying to get things moving. Odegaard, delivered into the box. And the whistle goes, free kick awarded. Just missed. What a magnificent effort that was.
Oh, it is, and I didn't expect him to shoot from there, but he's got the belief in his ability to try it, and that was not far off.
A turnaround in possession, excellent positioning. This could be threatening. And he'll take this on. It's a tame try, or at least that's how the goalkeeper's made it appear. Bernardo Silva. Promising looking attack from City. And the promise of something happening is over. They found a way through. And the assistant raises the flag.
Well, he's held on to the ball for far too long there. He's got to release that sooner.
Gonzalez. Bernardo Silva. Oh, really good goalkeeping there. Odegaard. That set up the chance. Rice. He's hit that well. City come away with it. They looked in there. That's nicely cut out. Decent looking attack, this. Takes it on. One word to go. It's gone over the crossbar. Martin Odegaard. There's space to attack here for Arsenal. Looking to create an angle. Nunez. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Odegaard. Pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Played through nicely. But the offside flag has gone up. That's really frustrating for them.
Oh, it is. It's such a tight offside call. I thought he timed his run really well. He'd be frustrated because he was in there.
Chance to go ahead. Bernardo Silva. Nunez. Bernardo Silva. Haaland. He tried to power it in. That's flown wide, absolutely flown. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Leandro Trossard. He's got behind it! Still a chance off the keeper. An opportunity perhaps for Arsenal to get ahead now with the corner. A lot of room out wide for City. The counter looks on here, options available. Merino. Oh, excellent vision. A body in the way. Trying his luck. Well, with that sort of chance, he really ought to do a bit better. Jeremy Doku. Promising looking ball. What can they do from here? Oh, wow! No right to score from there. It had to be perfect. Timber. Leandro Trossard. And on that whistle. First kick of the second half of a game which Arsenal will want to forget so far. Martin Odegaard. Timber. On to Odegaard. Brilliant. More of that, please. City have possession again. Foden. Joško Gvardiol. This is a lovely position to be in, keeping the ball and the lead. Nunez. Bernardo Silva. This is a lovely spell on the ball. But not really going anywhere fast with it. Rice. Promising looking ball. That line of attack is stopped. Space now to get a crossover. And that's not properly away yet. Odegaard. What a chance. And that was made easy for the goalkeeper. Bernardo Silva. Now with Foden. And the defence has done its job to stop any trouble brewing. Leandro Trossard. Oh, top quality goalkeeping to deny what looked a likely goal. Counter-attack coming, away they go.
Well, Erling Haaland is always going to cause the defence all sorts of problems. I think it's fair to say he hasn't disappointed.
Yeah, what a time to score. It often changes the team talk at half-time and you go in with the lead. We know he's got the ability and focus to do that. The manager will be happy, I'm sure.
A really good interception to take the ball. Foden. Phil Foden. The ball back with City now. It's all a bit too crammed in the thick of it here. And we could watch that sort of skill all day. But he's come back at him to win the ball now. And a good tackle results in a throw-in. Gonzalez. They're not getting close enough here. And it's on now. Oh, really good goalkeeping there. Martin Odegaard. Mikel Merino. Arsenal moving the ball well with real confidence. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Odegaard. And the pass is incomplete. Nicely won. Guardiola. Foden.
Well, it's been all City in terms of possession over the last 15 minutes. They're making good opportunities too, and you think if they score again, they should go on and win this game.
And the keeper's done really well to keep that out. Already leading by one. Can they press home their advantage from this corner? Well, not quite fully away here. Well, a promising attack, but unable to take advantage. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Haaland. Played through nicely. Another goal! And it's one that tightens their grip on this game. Gabriel. Timber. William Saliba. Odegaard. Jurrien Timber. Partey. On to Odegaard. Thomas Partey. Timber. And the attack is over. Good defending. There's a chance for the breakaway here. City recovering possession well. Bernardo Silva. That's not a bad-looking ball. Merino. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Bernardo Silva. Now with Foden. And it's opened up! Just needs the composure now. Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop. In possession from Arsenal. Oh, good strike! And he's done really well to keep that out. Well, that brings a close to...
The quest for success. The big showdown almost upon us. And the likelihood... Good evening and welcome. There's so much to be enthused about going into tonight's contest here at the home of Manchester City. I'm Derek Ray in the commentary position, and I'm joined for analysis by Stuart Robson. I'm very much looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League. It is Manchester City up against Newcastle United.
Well, they've got everything needed for a good game here. Two motivated teams, a vibrant atmosphere and some very good players. Let's hope we're not disappointed.
Newcastle moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson between the posts. Bernardo Silva plays with Phil Foden in central midfield. And leading the line today is Erling Haaland. And here's the Newcastle formation. Martin Dubravka is the goalkeeper. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in central midfield. And the attack is led today by Alexander Isak. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Not going to go down as the prettiest passing sequence we've ever seen. Might work out. Long-range effort. And caught by the keeper. Went in strongly, decisively. Joelinton. Isak. Gordon. Intercepting it intelligently. It's looking promising. Cross could be useful. The save was a good one. Corner kick played in. Well, not away properly. Trippier. And on the ball is Cher. Livramento. Oh, this is looking promising. There is the goal to open the scoring. Who can say they don't deserve to be in front? Ruben Dias. Doku. Nunes. On to Silva. Newcastle ceding possession. Haaland. And quick thinking defensively. Haaland. What a contest this is turning out to be! Jacob Murphy. Guimaraes. Trippier. And on the ball is Cher. Dan Burn. Bruno Guimaraes. Jacob Murphy. And the Magpies moving the ball forward with purpose. Oh, great attacking play. Sandro Tonali. That's a good-looking pass. It's with Joelinton. Able to block it. Well, not the best piece of distribution we've ever seen, and that'll be a throw-in. The defenders know you can't really allow space like that, but nothing comes of it. Good defending it was. Could be threatening. Well, a don't think that effort remotely qualifies as respectable.
And the reason it's off target, because the technique was really poor on that occasion. That's not a good effort.
Bruno Guimaraes. Nicely timed tackle. Newcastle come away with it. A City free kick forthcoming. Can he put them in front? Well, it was a wonderful chance, but the goalkeeper comes through.
Yes, Derek, we have to give credit to the keeper, but surely he should have scored there. That's a big, big chance.
That's a useful cross. Not the most confident clearance. Well, able to survive that attacking push. Trippier. Bruno Guimaraes. Murphy. Guimaraes. No, high quality defending. Joelinton. Anthony Gordon. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. Good-looking sequence. Potential opportunity for Manchester City to take the lead. Corner kick it is. Who's going to get on the end of it? And there we have it. And as the second half commences, both sides can reflect on a first half in which they were so very evenly matched. Nunes. Ruben Dias. Mateus Nunes. Room to roam for City on the wing. Tino Livramento. Dan Burn. And on the ball is Cher. Murphy. Still pushing for that goal that would see them forge ahead. Erling Haaland. Oh, the threat is there. And that'll be offside. Isaac. And snuffing out the danger. Haaland. Tremendous intuition to win it back. And it's played into the centre. Oh, that's a fine save. Great effort to keep that one in play. Well, in typical fashion, Erling Haaland asking plenty of questions of the defence in the first half. Difficult to contain, Stuart. And the keeper there to deal with it. Well, it can be a bit of a hit or a miss when you try to catch the ball in that manner.
Well, it's a difficult skill, and on this occasion he can't quite pull it off. Just didn't hit it cleanly enough.
Jacob Murphy. Tonali with it. Shot attempted. Able to close down the shot. And very deftly cut out. Real chance. Oh, that's a magnificent volley. What a thumper. And far from simple to put it away. Yet dispatched seemingly with ease. If ever there were a reason to get emotional about a goal, you've just been exposed to it. And he has options available. But really sticking to their task defensively. disadvantage Manchester City here. It is to be a throw-in. Given away by City. Trippier has lost possession. Now can they counter clinically? Defenders need to cover. A chance to whip it in. And attacking with real pace and devilment. All that was missing was a goal.
Well, you're absolutely right. That's how to counter-attack. It really was a great move.
Jeremy Doku. On to Haaland. And I think, unfortunately for him, the less said about that attempt, the better.
Well, he had a lot of options there, but he's chosen the wrong one. That was a poor effort.
Given away by City. Well, again, it breaks down for them. Just 15 minutes remaining. Committed challenge. Haaland. Able to get his body in the way. Good work from Newcastle to win it back. Plenty of support here. And quick thinking defensively. Well, nearing the end, it's not happening for City at the moment in terms of the scoreline. Can they change that?
Well, it's been a fairly even match, but at key moments they've just been second best. They could have defended better for the goals, and they've missed opportunities at the other end. It'll be a disappointing result if it stays this way.
Now, can they hit them on the counter? Magnificent challenge to win it back. Foden. We might very well have late excitement here. 5 minutes to go, and just one goal between them. Is this the moment? Oh, good work by the keeper. Well, this might be the final opportunity to draw level. And putting paid to the danger. Prevented for now, but it will be another corner. Things needed to be better. Determined defending. Might be a chance to break. Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. Good through ball. Well, they're going to be very cross with themselves because that was a wasted opportunity. So 2 minutes to be added on at the end. And given away. Jacob Murphy. Chasing this game, Manchester City, with time running out. And that is all for this game. It is invariably a highlight of any season two clubs who represent an unbridled commitment to success. Stay with us for all the action live from the Etihad as Manchester City face Chelsea on EA TV. And a warm welcome. This is the scene here at the Etihad Stadium. My name is Derek Ray, and my commentary partner, as usual, is Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It is Manchester City taking on Chelsea.
Well, the atmosphere is building nicely here, and we've got two teams who like to play good football. Let's hope we get a good game here. It should be.
And a look at the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson gets the nod in goal. Bernardo Silva plays with Phil Foden in central midfield. And handed the task of playing up front is Erling Haaland.
Oh, what a great chance this is, Derek.
Very quick thinking there. And City being afforded too much room. Is it going to be? Oh, goodness, that save. Fully stretched he was. One for his own highlights reel. Well, not away properly. Timely intervention.
Well, you can tell what the fans think of that decision. They're certain it should have been a penalty.
What can Chelsea do from this position? A fine reading of the situation. Jeremy Doku. Always difficult to predict in advance who might decide a game, but you could make a strong case for this man, I think, Stuart. What are you expecting to see from him?
Well, so many goals are scored from crosses into the box, and this man is brilliant at delivering those crosses. He will be a massive threat today.
Might be a chance here. He knew he had to make the tackle, and did. Erling Haaland! A goal in the early stages. Precisely what they had been planning. Jadon Sancho. Enzo Fernandez. Cucurella. Fernandez. Jadon Sancho. Well, how about that for a piece of tackling to break things up? Looking for someone to play it to. Fine goalkeeping to push that away.
Well, Chelsea really should be level now, but that was a fantastic stop from the keeper. He's just kept his team in front here.
Playing with plenty of zest and energy on the front foot once more. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. And Chelsea did well to regain control of it. Well, a really good run. Cutting infield here. Oh, he's blocked it! Nkunku. And the fine tackle. Might lead to a chance. Nkunku gives it a go. Oh, good save. Bernardo Silva losing out to his opponent. Well, a real struggle for both sides on the possession front here. Nkunku. Oh, it was a crucial challenge. Doku. Oh, good skill, and he's managed to beat his man. Haaland. Oh, he's gone for goal. Oh, that is a goal from long range. He won't soon forget. right out of the top drawer. Jadon Sancho. Fernandes. And the ball back with City now. Jeremy Doku. And players waiting in the centre. And possibilities here. Real chance. Just can't get it past him. So deflection, and it will be a throw-in. Well, he saw the situation developing. Palmer. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. And the keeper deals with the danger. Half-time, that will... And the second half underway after what was a sparkling first 45 from City. Can they repeat that in the second 45? Erling Haaland. Went in strongly, decisively. And that was a very fine read. Out of play, City throw. And winning it back. City moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? It might be a goal! Another one! It's turning into an absolute demolition job. Chalobah. Sancho now. Committed challenge. Jadon Sancho. Trevor Chalobah. Sancho now. Gusto. The right place to cut out the pass. Jadon Sancho. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Really closing him down. Jeremy Doku. And fine work from Chelsea to win the ball back. Free kick awarded then by the referee. He read the situation defensively and did his job. Prepared to take on the shot. Oh, from such a long way out. And off the frame of the goal in the end.
Well, that was a great strike, no doubt about it. He really did hit it with power.
Given away by Chelsea. Gonzalez. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Fine work from City to win the ball back. Really good build-up, but no end product. Racing forward, trying to catch them out. And they couldn't quite use that break in the manner that they'd hoped. Jadon Sancho. A Chelsea corner. Trying to pick out a teammate. And the danger's still on. Thwarting him. Oh, so near. Off the post. Really clever pressing. That's a good pass. And there it is, a chance. Palmed away by the keeper.
Well, those stats tell you everything. City have been excellent, and unless something changes, this could get embarrassing.
Foden. He'll have a go here. And he's kept it out, fully stretched, somehow reaching it. Well, when it comes to a volley, everything has really got to be spot on, and quite simply, it wasn't that time.
No, and I think that's a waste of a decent opportunity. He just didn't connect with it properly, did he?
Caicedo. Trying to open them up. Very quick thinking there. And teammates around him. Well, didn't go to plan in the end. Nkunku. Pulls it back. Well, there's a living, breathing example of positional sense. Room to roam for Chelsea on the wing. Well, spot on with that challenge. Must be. Can he find the net? Simple catch, really. Jadon Sancho. And there's the final whistle. It goes. what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Hello and welcome to the Etihad Stadium. My name is Derek Ray and joining me for commentary is Stuart Robson. And looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It is Manchester City versus Nottingham Forest.
Well, Derek, when looking forward to this game, you can't help but notice there are some great matchups all over the pitch, particularly in those central areas. Whichever team wins more of those battles will win the game.
Well, harried into losing the ball. Really effective pressing. This looks more than decent. Happy to take on the shot. Well, a strong hand on the ball. And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson stands between the posts. Bernardo Silva plays with Phil Foden in central midfield. And leading the line today is Erling Haaland. Well, nothing comes of the attack when all is said and done. And here's how Nottingham Forest will line up. Anthony Elanga plays with Callum Hudson-Odoi out wide. And up front it's Chris Wood. Pulls it back. And a goal right off the bat. No wonder they're jumping for joy. Nico Gonzalez. Mateus Nunes. On to Silva.
Thank you.
Nikola Milenkovic. And giving the ball away. Asking a lot of any player, quite honestly, to score from that position.
Well, I don't need to say too much about that, do I, Derek?
Nicolas Dominguez. Aina. And the ball back with Nottingham Forest here. And giving them too much space on the flank. And wasteful there from Forest. Chris Wood. And City have possession once more. Determined defending. Jeremy Doku. Options in the middle. Blocked it brilliantly. No, not the best challenge. This could square the game. Well, that's good defending. Well organised at the back. Chris Wood. Well, both sides encountering difficulties keeping possession. Will it happen for them? High quality defending. Bernardo Silva. And there it breaks down, but credit to the defence. Morgan Gibbs-White. And space to cross it. And pull back. Now maybe the really short route to go. Oh, blocked it! Williams. separated by 2 goals now. You cannot say they don't deserve it. Decent position. Dias. How can he take them on and beat them? But they dealt with the threat posed. Aina. Dominguez. Anthony Elanga. And quick thinking defensively. Doku. Well read to win possession back. Can he convert? Nicely blocked. And so the first 40... The ball rolling again, and the first half struggles of City were there for all to see. Can they put up a better fist of it in this half? Nunes. Phil Foden now. Plenty of support here. The size to shoot. Really good piece of goalkeeping there. Morgan Gibbs White. Hudson-Odoi. He read the situation defensively and did his job. And continues his run. Chance to make a game of it here. Oh, a stellar piece of defending. Elanga. He's gone and found the net! Brilliant piece of finishing! Magnificent goal! Nunes. On to Silva. Bernardo Silva. Sloppy there, Bernardo Silva. Hudson-Odoi. Anderson. And he did well to cut it out. Oh, danger here. Anthony Elanga. Oh, nice ball over the top. But he was keen to give that one a go. Sadly, lacking a bit of accuracy. Jeremy Doku. Possession ceded by City. Hudson-Odoi. Oh, very effective play, and they might be onto something. Well, far too much elevation there. Being pressed hard. Well, a bit of an unforced error, and it's going to be a throw. Anthony Elanga. And given acres of space to attack here. A fine reading of the situation. Anthony Elanga. And he clears the danger. Given away by City. And Forest will get the throw in. Chris Wood. They're not Not looking after the ball in the usual manner, City. And into the last 20 minutes. It's a neat move. Can he finish? And the keeper more than equal to the task. In a good position to clear it away. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. Tremendous intuition to win it back. Foden. The fans want to see a shot. He's blocked it. He's driven in the corner. Wasn't a great clearance. And plenty of scope to be created in that wide position. Well, it came to nothing in the end. Dominguez. It's Callum Hudson-Odoi. Long-range effort. Well, a long-distance effort and a highly respectable one, Stuart.
Well, he surprised everybody, including me. It's a decent effort, you have to say.
City unable to retain possession. Well, play getting a bit bogged down in midfield. Chris Wood. Given away by City. This looks more than decent. Well, they pulled one back, but perhaps a bit too late in this contest. They haven't been at the races this evening. Nikola Milenkovic. Aina. Well, in the closing stages, and City not enjoying themselves out there.
Well, there's been a real lack of energy right from the start of the game. Certainly when they haven't had the ball. They're closing down, decision-making and recovery runs just haven't been good enough.
Can he play it in? And a confident clearance. Oh, this looks useful. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them. And that is that, the referee... Well, what a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building all week and we're just moments away from kick-off time. Stay tuned for the live action. Delighted to be able to report very agreeable weather for the fans here at the Emirates Stadium. I'm Derek Ray, your match commentator, and alongside providing all the tactical and technical analysis, it's Stuart Robson. I'm looking forward to bringing you action from the Premier League coming right up. It's Arsenal and they face Nottingham Forest.
Well, thanks, Derek, as always. The scene is set, two good teams, great playing surface and a vibrant atmosphere. It has all the ingredients for a really exciting game.
Great game.
And so the battle commences. And so the starting 11 for Arsenal. William Saliba starts alongside Gabriel in central defence. Martin Ødegaard plays with Thomas Partey in central midfield. And the idea is to have just the one striker up there trying to pose problems for the opposition. And here's how Nottingham Forest will line up. Callum Hudson-Odoi plays with Anthony Elanga out wide. And up front it's Chris Wood. Anderson. Now, who can he play it to? Good through ball. And an astute piece of defending. Martin Ødegaard. Arsenal pushing forward with options available. Partey. Rice with it. Ødegaard. Vital intervention. The high press was on, and that's a fantastic tackle. Real chance. Couldn't make it 1-0. Maybe not quite warmed up.
Well, that should have been the opener. He has to hit the target from there.
And Chris Wood putting his body on the line. Declan Rice. Thomas Partey. Magnificent challenge to win it back. And a throw-in for Arsenal. Anderson. Effective work from Arsenal to regain possession. Could be dangerous. And quick thinking defensively. Declan Rice. Can he finish? Well, he didn't miss by all that much. Wide in the end. Hudson-Odoi. Wood. Looking for that final pass. Looking for the goal that would put them ahead. And there it is! 1-0. Their efforts have been rewarded. And look at the celebrations. William Saliba. Urian Timber. Thomas Partey. Martin Ødegaard. Mikel Merino. Just moving back into that deeper position. Aina. Well, doesn't have to do it on his own. Passes like that, very much in his repertoire. Very quick thinking there. Oh, that's a fine-looking pass. Gibbs White. That is how to keep it out of the net. Fine tackle there to prevent the chance. Keeper there to collect. And Chris Wood, superbly read and executed. Teammates available. Ødegaard. Morgan Gibbs White. Aina. Real determination in the challenge. A throw in here. Well, showing good defensive judgment. Could be threatening. Elanga. The Gunners have lost the ball. Mikel Merino. And promising stuff from Arsenal. Can he put it in? Oh dear, oh dear. Opportunity squandered, Stuart.
Well, what a chance that was for the equaliser. You don't get too many better than that.
Chris Wood. And Chris Wood. And space to cross it. Well, passing moves like... Oh, big chance! Defending of the highest class to stop him. And there it is. So back underway, and an intriguing second half in prospect. Hudson-Odoi. Elliot Anderson. And it's with Gibbs-White. Arsenal did well to win back possession. Martin Ødegaard. Weiss with it. And a really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. And Nottingham Forest throw coming up. Dominguez. Now, options are plenty. And just missing the target. Still in front, though.
Well, it was certainly close, you have to say that, but not quite close enough.
Mikel Merino. Arsenal could be onto something. Merino. Well, shooting like that isn't going to live long in the memory.
Well, poor decision, bad technique, and a waste of a very good situation.
Hudson-Odoi. Hudson-Odoi. That's a good-looking shot. And just over the bar. Really good effort. Did well to win the ball back. And Chris Wood. Opportunity it is. And expertly snuffing out the danger.
Well, showing his class there. He gets his angles absolutely spot on.
Oh, could be. Oh, tremendous work from the keeper to avert the danger. We certainly have got to give this man high marks for his work up to this point, Stuart.
Well, Derek, he took his goal well and was a constant threat throughout that first half. I thought he showed a lot of skill to get out of tight situations, and he had a real impact on the play.
Elanga. Hudson-Odoi. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say.
Well, there it is. The visitors have completely dominated the game in the last 15 minutes, creating lots of chances now, and you think if they do get another, it's going to be tough for the opposition to find a way back into this.
Yes, who knows, maybe another opportunity in the works for them. Still could be dangerous. Very effective pass. Firing it towards goal. The ball back with Arsenal now.
Well, had that gone in, they would have been in big trouble. But Raya has just kept his team in it here.
Well, in possession now and looking to create something of their own. Not the pass he had in mind. Lots of space for Arsenal. He could pick out a teammate. Genuine chance. Stopped a surefire goal. Well, we have 20 minutes left in this game. It looks promising. Oh, that is a wonderful piece of challenging. Mossad. It's with Erdegaard. Declan Rice. And return to Rice. This could square the game. But the keeper has his say. And how important could that be in the grand scheme of things?
Well, that was a big chance, and really, he should have taken that. But let's give credit to the goalkeeper. It's a decent save.
What a genuine opportunity, but it was squandered. Goal kick. And intercepts again. And quick thinking defensively. Mikel Merino. They have to show a commitment. Oh, he's only gone and found the net! What purity of hit! Caught it absolutely perfectly! Nikola Milenkovic. Nicolas Dominguez. Hudson-Odoi. Anderson. It's Callum Hudson-Odoi. It's not lost on them what a goal could mean at this late stage. Hudson-Odoi. Well, offside here. Such a pity for them. Chance was on. Declan Rice. And he read it well, intercepting it. Well, he tried in vain to get himself back onside.
Well, he needs to show greater awareness there and hold on to the ball a fraction longer.
And Chris Wood. Determined defending. Martin Erdegaard. Well, the referee has instructed the fourth official to put 2 minutes on the board. Anthony Elanga. And he cuts in from the wing. And Chris Wood. Can he finish this? I'll tell you what, that is really top-class defending.
What a game we have in store for you today. The hype has been building.
A warm welcome to you from the Emirates Stadium. My name's Guy Mowbray, and I'm joined by Sue Smith on the gantry. And a live game from the Premier League on the way. It's Arsenal versus Manchester City.
Well, thanks, guys. Great to be here. I think it's going to be a really good game today. Both teams will be well up for it, so hopefully we're in for a treat.
Great game.
Off we go, the match is underway. This is how Arsenal line up. Declan Rice plays alongside Thomas Partey in the middle of the park, and they go with a single striker leading the line. There could be something building for City here. This is the Manchester City starting 11. Ederson is between the posts. Phil Foden plays alongside Bernardo Silva in the heart of midfield, and the main man in attack is Erling Haaland. Ødegaard. Timber. Can someone attack this? And away, they've got it clear. Foden. Haaland. Takes it on. And still the chance might come. Thomas Partey. And he's got behind it! And still danger here. It's cleared, and they can breathe easier. Unsurprising who we've singled out as our player to watch. What should we expect today, Sue?
Well, I love the way he plays. He makes the game look easy. His first touch, his dribbling ability, the way he sees a pass, and then he executes it. He's got to be one of the best in his position.
Arsenal trying to get things moving. Ødegaard got into the middle, but the flag goes up. Offside the call.
Oh, so frustrating. Really good work on the flank. Gets a decent ball in, but he's got to do better to keep onside.
Switched on and ready to intercept there. Found nicely and in. And the first blow is delivered. 1-0. And we're back underway at 1-0. William Saliba. On to Ødegaard. Partey. Now Saliba. Martin Ødegaard. Timber. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands.
Will not be tolerated in the stadium. Thank you.
Could turn out to be a really good ball. Merino! And he's done really well to keep that out. Doesn't want to lose it now. Oh, they've lost it. Very well kept out, alert and ready. Could be something building here for Arsenal. Surely the equaliser. And it's not far away. It deserved a goal.
It did, and he makes it look so easy, and it's not. It's a great technique. Catches it nice, but he just can't quite find the target.
It looks the right ball, but it was being tracked all the way. Ødegaard. Good vision. And it's a goal, or is it? That must have been close.
Oh, it's really close. He's only just offside, guy. He needs to keep getting himself into those goal-scoring positions, though.
Timber. On to Ødegaard. And he'll have a go here. Well, it looked promising, but it hasn't proved to be much of a test. Bernardo Silva. Promising looking attack from City. But able to deal with the danger decisively, well defended. so much given away as cleverly won. Haaland. Oh, good strike! And good work from the keeper to get across and deal with the danger. So the chance now to extend the lead from this corner. And the defence ready for what was coming. Need to get tighter here. Now, this has to be. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Trying to force a mistake. Good ball. Decent looking attack, this. Gets past really nicely. Saved and held onto as well. Possession changes hands and far too cheaply. Merino. And that brings the... Away we go then for the second half, with Arsenal facing the challenge of turning this around. Jurrien Timber. On to Odegaard. Haaland. Foden. And behind it goes, City corner. Fired to the edge of the box. Leandro Trossard. The keeper has only succeeded in giving the ball away. And he'll take this on. And he has been punished. A huge mistake any way you slice it. And the reaction speaks 1,000 words. Guardiola. Nico Gonzalez. City trying to get things moving. Decent chances. And it's in to put them in front. And we're back underway at 2-1 now. William Saliba. Rice. Now Partey. City come away with it. Gonzalez. Ruben Diaz. Now with Foden. Foden. In the right position to cut out the pass. Beaten easily here. Haaland. It's there. And it's a goal. That's a real settler for them. 2 in front now. Gabriel. Played to Gabriel. Thomas Partey. Partey. Arsenal moving the ball well with real confidence, but not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Could be a chance to break here. Beautifully weighted ball, and the shot thwarted. Could be something on. And that effort has failed to trouble the goalkeeper. Nice pass and on they march. from there. It had to be perfect. Jeremy Doku. Gabriel. Now Saliba. Rice. On to Odegaard. The pass was read and the ball has changed hands. Odegaard. The ball back with City now. That's gone out of play. Throw in to come. Doku. Played through nicely. Haaland. Haaland! Oh, really good goalkeeping there.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere. The fans certainly still believe that they can get something from the game, and they want just one last push. There is still time.
He's in here. And that's not a bad save at all. Mikel Merino. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too.
Well, the fans are certainly doing their bit, really pushing the team on. Just need to be clinical now.
Not going any further for now. Phil Foden. There's a chance for the breakaway here. From a long way out. And it's a wild, wild attempt from range. Not one for the highlights.
Oh, it's a poor choice. He's got other options on. Why is he shooting from that sort of distance?
Declan Rice. Not long to go, but there could be something happening for them now. And the game stops with the award of a free kick. Oh, he's done well to get past his man. And the keeper has done his job. But, well, there's the final whistle.
A city alive with the spirit of excitement and a stadium brimming with anticipation. The build-up has been intense, and now we just can't wait for it all.
A warm welcome from St James's Park, a home of football since 1880. Guy Mowbray with you for commentary. Delighted to be joined by Sue Smith. And a live game from the Premier League on the way. It's Newcastle United versus Manchester City.
Well, thanks, guys. Great to be here. I think it's going to be a really good game today. Both teams will be well up for it, so hopefully we're in for a treat.
This is today's Newcastle United lineup. Martin Dubravka stands between the posts. Bruno Guimaraes plays alongside Sandro Tonali in the centre of the park. And leading the attack is Alexander Isak. Goes on past the defender. Oh, a great chance. This is the Manchester City starting 11. Ederson is between the posts. Phil Foden plays alongside Bernardo Silva in the heart of midfield. And the main man in attack is Erling Haaland. And there's the whistle as the ref gives a free kick. Kept out, but for how long? Oh, they've scored now. And you have to feel for the goalkeeper, having to keep them out single-handedly. Where were the defenders? Ruben Diaz. Nico Gonzalez. Nunez. Sandro Tonali. Livramento. Tonali. Chance to deliver into the box. And it's on now. It might still happen. Well, it comes to nothing in the end. They've given it away here. Foden. Oh, good strike! Well, not the easiest of saves, but you'd expect him to probably stop that. Played into the box. Still could be something happening here. And that must be so disappointing for them. Played through nicely and stopped in their tracks. Well watched. And it's being passed around, but nobody wants to keep it. He's beaten his marker here. To square things up. And they've levelled it up. Nothing to split them once more. Nico Gonzalez. Diaz. Gonzalez. Doku. Nico Gonzalez. Now there could be a real chance developing. And he'll have a go here. Murphy. Guimaraes. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Isak. To put them ahead. And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. It's been delivered. And the corner comes to nothing. Making decent progress here. Haaland, what a chance here. And it's in to put them in front. So it's 2-1 as the game restarts. Livramento. Joelinton. Burn. Now Trippier. Jacob Murphy. Kieran Trippier. And deflected out for a throw-in. Guimaraes. They've lost it there, and the attack is over. Counter-attack coming, away they go. Oh, a great chance! And two becomes free as he completes his hat-trick. A superb performance. Tonali. And Trippier.
Well, Newcastle are enjoying the lion's share of possession, but you can see the opposition are just letting them have it. It's not troubling them. If they want to get back into this, they'll need to speed the play up a bit more. There needs to be more forward passes, more forward runners. Take the opposition defenders out of their comfort zone.
And first of all, they'll need to win the ball back. Some good work to win it there. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Goes for goal! That has gone like a rocket! It's an absolutely wonderful goal! Burn. Tino Livramento. Now Tonali. Kieran Trippier. And that brings to a close the first half. Off we go again then. City in charge, and they'll be keen on keeping it that way. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Saved and held on to as well. Well, under no real pressure, but unable to keep it in play. And out of play it goes for a throw-in. City recovering possession well. Isak. Getting a bit congested in the middle of the park. Haaland. A chance now for a quick transition. Acres of space here. And it crosses the line for a Newcastle corner. And the defence ready for what was coming. Need to get tighter here. Very well kept out, alert and ready. Well, there's no doubt that Erling Haaland has played a starring role in the game up to now. What have you made of him, Sue?
Yeah, that's one of the best first-half performances I've seen in a long time. No wonder they keep giving him the ball. Absolutely dominant. And now it's just a question of how many he's going to get.
The counter looks on here. Options available. Well, it looked promising, but only up to a point. Haaland. Oh, he's done well to get past his man. Can he finish? And there is proof that pure force isn't always the answer. It needed a more subtle touch. Murphy. Trippier. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Foden. And the forward progress continues. on the ball to stop the goal. And they could get caught out on the break here. Promising looking ball. Well, that's how to deal with it. Nicely gathered. Could be something on. The goalkeeper more than ready for it. Here it comes. That's not properly away yet. City have possession again. Good ball in behind. And denied by a top draw tackle. Murphy. And able to come away with the ball. Chops inside now. Jacob Murphy. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Foden. Good work to regain possession. Well, for the Newcastle fans, those that are still here at least, it's been a thoroughly depressing experience.
Yeah, it's been a really poor performance, this guy. I bet the manager can't wait for the full-time whistle. He'll have to reflect on what went wrong and learn before the next match. But one thing's for sure, they've got to improve at the back. They've been far too passive.
And all the hassling and harrying has got them a throw-in. Moving forward under no real pressure. Tonali. It's on for the shot! And that was hit from some distance and didn't miss by a great deal.
Didn't. He's certainly full of confidence, and to attempt the shot from there, that was close.
Haaland. And it's on now. Amazing. Had to score but didn't. Tonali. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Oh, he's given it away. Oh, what a really good save that was. Jacob Murphy. Haaland. Having a try. Oh, well saved. That was a really good chance. Well, there's the final whistle.
A highly charged atmosphere here at Stamford Bridge, and you can understand why. Chelsea might fancy their chances, but their opponents are the formidable Manchester City. A warm welcome. Blue is the colour, football is the game, as the old song used to go. We're here at Stamford Bridge tonight in West London. Oh, in with a chance! Jadon Sancho. And a look at the Chelsea starting 11. Pedro Neto plays with Jadon Sancho on the flanks. And leading the line today is Christopher Nkunku. Could cross it in here. And a look at the starting 11 for Manchester City. Ederson is the goalkeeper. Bernardo Silva plays with Phil Foden in central midfield. And leading the line today is Erling Haaland. And it took a little nick before it went over the touchline. So a throw in here. Out of play it goes, and it will be a throw in. And he's broken free. Played over. And no-nonsense defensive clearance. Neto. Feeding it through. Oh, but brilliantly read to cut it out. It looks so promising. Opportunity. Putting his body on the line. And fine goalkeeping. Going short. He certainly has time. Very effective pass. Doing well to win it back. What can they do from here? City could be onto something. He'll be delighted to have won the ball, having made that difficult challenge. But he's certainly not alone. Can he put them in front? Couldn't quite hang on. Making sure nothing came of it.
Well, City thought that was the moment they were going to take the lead. But what an excellent save from the keeper. He's just kept his team in it here.
Well, pushing again for a goal, looking full of purpose. Nkunku. Oh, that's a really good run. And drawing it back. And denied by the post. Really clever pressing.
Well, I have to say, Chelsea are so unlucky not to be leading now. They look a real threat every time they go forward.
Well, not pretty, but very gritty. What can Chelsea do from this position? And that's so good dribbling to hang on to the shot like that. Foden. The referee has decided to give the free kick decision the way of City. And he read it well defensively. Well, high marks for that pass. Could cross it in here. Nicely timed tackle. The Chelsea move still flowing. Advantage to them. Trying to chisel a chance out of it. There it is! The first goal of the game, and the lead certainly doesn't flatter them. Good value for it. Gonzalez. Phil Foden now. And a timely intervention. Enzo Fernandez. Cucurella. Caicedo. Neto. Malo Gusto. Nkunku. And Chelsea moving the ball forward. What can they do from here? Must score! Marvellous anticipation. Well, almost at half-time here, and it's Chelsea on top. Stuart, interested to get your thoughts as regards what they've put into the game.
Well, they've worked hard and played well to be in front here, but they now need to keep their focus as we approach half-time.
Nkunku. Well read to ease the pressure. And he takes on the shot. Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. And Chelsea pushing to add to the lead. It'll be a corner. Moises Caicedo. Good technique in terms of how he struck it. Jeremy Doku. Well, I think just lost his focus for a second, and a throw-in conceded. Nkunku. And beyond the last defender, offside. Well, the electronic board showing 1 additional minute. Oh, he's through here! Well, it was down to whether or not he could beat the keeper, and that question has been answered.
Well, I'm all for players striking through the back of the ball with power, but he has...
Well, it's advantage Chelsea after the first 45 minutes, but a long way from being decided. Trevor Chalobah. Neto. Nkunku has it. Intelligent threaded pass here. Well, they stopped them in their tracks. It is advantage Manchester City here. Great opportunity. Not cleared away properly. Nkunku. A good and fair challenge.
Well, a 2-goal deficit, and that would probably have been it. But that save by Ederson has just given them a glimmer of hope here.
A City free kick forthcoming. Crossing opportunity. It's a perfect challenge. I think most fans would be pretty happy with this man's display so far.
Well,
oh, yes! You cannot strike them any better than that! Brilliant goal! Trevor Chalobah. Moises Caicedo. Neto.
This is a message for all away supporters. Can you please remain seated after the game?
Fernandes.
And the coach will meet you at the turnstile. Thank you.
Well, we're into the final half hour. Malo Gusto. Chelsea regaining possession here. Nkunku. And plenty of space for this Chelsea attack. Free kick to Chelsea. Feeding it through. Oh, but just unable to unlock the defence. Trying to open them up. Oh, good finish. And this time it's in. Fabulous goal. And just look at the celebrations. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Ederson. Gvardiol. Nico Gonzalez. Well, timed his challenge magnificently. Nkunku. Palmer with it. Sancho. Sancho! Off the crossbar. He thought it had a chance.
Well, that was a clever attempt, wasn't it? Just a couple of inches too high. A bit unlucky, really.
And gobbled up with ease by the keeper. Bernardo Silva. Counter-attacking possibilities. And a significant block following that cross. And it's gone behind for the corner. Clearing is away. Gvardiol. And a fast stop to turn the ball away. That's the challenge that was required. And a timely intervention. Sancho. Enzo Fernandez. Can he finish? Full credit. 10 minutes to go. Sloppy there, Bernardo Silva.
Well, the Chelsea fans are really getting behind their team here, but will it be enough? What a finish we're going to get to this game.
And out of play, the pass nearly worked out, but not quite. City couldn't keep the ball.
Well, Chelsea have controlled the last 15 minutes, creating chance after chance too. You have to feel the pressure is going to tell at some point. It's no less than they deserve.
Oh, that's the penalty. The referee didn't hesitate. And are they going to be able to hang on to the lead? And in it goes, as coolly as you like. Never in any doubt from the spot. Ruben Dias. Gvardiol. To Silva. Room to roam for City on the wing. And let's give credit to the defending. Malo Gusto. Now Chelsea showing good width. Oh, beating his opponent with ease. Nkunku. Can they forge ahead? Yes is the answer. And that could be oh so important. Doku. Chasing this game, Manchester City, with time running out. So the final whistle, and what we can say...
event of colossal importance and a stadium packed to the rafters. We can't ask for any more. How could it be otherwise when two high-level sides go head-to-head and toe-to-toe?
A very warm welcome from the City Ground, just by the banks of the River Trent. My name's Guy Mowbray, delighted to be joined by Sue Smith for commentary. And we've got action from the Premier League here today. It's Nottingham Forest versus Manchester City.
Thanks, Guy. Well, both managers will be reminding the players that it's important to get off to a quick start, really attack the opposition and put them on the back foot from the off. Hopefully we'll get a good game.
Here's how Nottingham Forest line up.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. This can be quite an attacking lineup with the three progressive players behind the lone striker. But you've still got that defensive protection with the two midfielders holding.
This is the Manchester City starting 11. Ederson is between the posts. Phil Foden plays alongside Bernardo Silva in the heart of midfield. And the main man in attack is Erling Haaland. Pass that results in a throw-in, a little unlucky. Some good work to win it there. Wood. Anthony Elanga. Could get it over now. Could take things forward a notch here. Good patient build-up, but not quite the end product. Doku. Having a try. Well, that hasn't taken long. In front already. So it's 1-0 as the game restarts. Milenkovic. Pushing forward with options available now. Good work to beat the marker. And now they've lost it. Good reading of the game. Haaland. Gibbs-White. That's a good ball. Good work to regain possession. Showing good width with this attack. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Mateus Nunes. Now there might be a chance as they keep it moving. Corner and the opportunity to create an equaliser. And they've gone with a short one. Elanga takes the shot. Excellent work in goal there. Well saved. Now to play it goes for a throw-in. And the attack is over. Really good defending. Could be dangerous. Great work from the keeper to avert the danger. Anthony Elanga. And the pass narrowly fails to reach its target. Throw in to come. Erling Haaland. Ola Aina. They're just looking now for that final pass through. And that is a quality bit of goalkeeping. And they've got it back now. Haaland. Oh, that's superb technique to get past. Nicolas Dominguez. Chris Wood. Elanga. Chance for the equaliser. And against the post. Not the end to the move they were looking for.
Well, so unlucky not to be level in this one, Guy. It was a great effort, but you just wonder if they're going to look back on that, though.
Well, the ball just won't stick with anyone here. This could be dangerous. Oh, a great chance. Very well kept out, alert and ready. Haaland. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Good ball in behind. And that's a shame for them, but top marks for the defending. Oh, that's been won really smartly. Anthony Elanga. That set up the chance. And the flag's up. Offside the call. Promising looking ball. Options available in the middle. And it's not clear yet. And the flag goes up for offside.
Well, it's sloppy, isn't it? Just needs to hold on to it a little longer. Give him time to get back on side.
And with that, the first half comes... And there's the restart. Off we go again. Morgan Gibbs-White. Decent looking attack, this. He wasn't given anywhere else to go there. Not so much given away as cleverly won. Surely the equaliser. And they've levelled it up. Nothing to split them once more. Loftus Guardiola. Well read to gain possession. Gibbs-White. Nikola Milenkovic. Elanga. Gibbs-White. Still going here. A different angle of attack. Elanga. Down nicely and in. Off the upright. Oh, so close. But now they can breathe again.
Yeah, that was so close, Guy, and I thought it was going in. It's a huge relief from the keeper there.
Working hard to win it back there. Erling Haaland. Untidy in possession there. Wood. Fantastic looking ball. And that's nicely won to see off the threat. Foden. And possession given away. Able to skip past. He's in here. Oh, he's hit the woodwork. Can you believe it?
Just got to compose himself there, Guy. Find the corner. It's unlucky, but he's going to be disappointed not to score.
Now a sense that something could happen from this. Foden. And that's where it ends, with possession lost. Gibbs White. They could get caught out on the break here. The ball just won't stick with anyone here. Oh, great work. What's next? Oh, top. But it's in at the second time of asking. Where was his defence? That is inexcusable. Callum Hudson-Odoi. Nikola Milenkovic. Callum Hudson-Odoi. Haaland. Chance to deliver into the box. Goes on past the defender. But that's where it ends, with the ball won this time. This could be threatening. Picked out nicely. And that's more than comfortable for the man in goal. That has gone out. It'll be a throw. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Bernardo Silva. He's done well to get past his marker, but that's where he loses it. A timely intervention.
Well, just listen to the atmosphere in here. The fans are doing their bit, trying to spur them on to this equaliser.
Really good pass. Well, what a place to lose the ball just when the chance was on. Take advantage here. Time's starting to be the enemy now. And that's a shame for them. Nothing doing. Haaland. And the ball is lost. Problems now for them. Well, under no real pressure, but unable to keep it in play. Ilanga. Morgan Gibbs-White. Drifting in off the flank. Well, that brings the match to a close.
Days of anticipation have led up to this, an occasion worthy of a packed...
Hello from Villa Park, a football venue since the 19th century and still one of the best today. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith in the commentary position, and it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's Aston Villa, and they face PSV.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
Lang. Having a look. A body in the way. Here's how PSV line up.
It's a 4-5-1, or you could say a 4-2-3-1. This does offer plenty of threat going forward with the three behind the central striker. We may see the...
Hold on, chance! And that's a great bit of goalkeeping. That's what he's there for. And the whistle goes, free kick awarded. And he'll have a go here. Oh, that's not properly away. And the move has come to an end. And it's on now. Oh, it's in. An early opener to get the game going. Pascali. Shelton. Junior. Joey Veerman. Mauro Junior. De Jong. Veerman. Keeping it nicely here. Perisic. The approach play looks encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Plenty of open space here. Oh, they were getting interested there, but not anymore. Oh, could be a chance here. Lucadine. To deliver a good ball in. Oh, what a tackle to break up the play. This could be dangerous. Still not clear. Genuine chance. And there's the equaliser. It's all square again. Tielemans. Tyrone Mings. On to Tielemans. Keane. Now Tielemans. John McGinn. Matty Cash. Tielemans. John McGinn. Ollie Watkins. Has the space to whip it in here. Looking to cut inside. And that's where it ends.
A reminder that foul and abuse of
Veerman.
language will not be tolerated in the stadium.
Luke de Jong. Moving it forward with purpose, something on maybe. Leon Bailey. Looking ever closer to goal here. The crowd urging him to shoot. Oh, what a really good save that was. They decide against playing it in. Lucadine. Lovely weighted pass. Perisic. No need to worry about that effort for the keeper. Matty Cash. Bailey. Promising position, this. Bailey. To put them ahead. And it's in to put them in front. Olivier Boscagli. Well, not long until the interval, and Villa have the edge. Your thoughts on their performance, Sue?
Yeah, this has been a decent half in terms of attacking display, created some good chances, played with a real intensity and a confidence about them, but conceding will have really frustrated the manager, I'm sure.
That's a good ball. Working hard to win it back there. Ollie Watkins. Ramsey. Great chance here. Oh, that's how to win the ball. Lang. Well, that's going to be all. And there's the restart. Off we go again. Dean. Now Tielemans. Luca Dean. John McGinn. Matty Cash. Leon Bailey. A chance to cross here. In the right position to cut out the pass. Got room to operate in here. Oh, excellent vision. And a vital interception to snuff out the danger. Luke de Jong. Thiel. Good spell on the ball, but they are still behind. Noah Lang. Sloppy in possession. Well, of all the players we're watching today, would you agree that he'd certainly get good marks so far?
Yeah, I think he's had a really good first half. Not only his goal, which he took well, but his overall performance.
Still a chance off the keeper. It's a goal kick when it looked for all the world like being a goal. Who's Thiel? Struggling to keep the ball there. That set up the chance. And over the touchline it goes. It'll be a throw-in now. Luke de Jong. Ball taken away from them. Ramsey. Oh, could be a chance here. Bailey. And it's on now. They've got another, and he's got another. 2 for the game. Boscagli. Thiel. Jordi Schouten. Veerman. Tielemans. Tyrone Mings. Pass after pass. Happy just to keep possession for now. Jacob Ramsey. Dean. Ollie Watkins. This is a positive-looking move. Possession lost just at the point of something happening. Breaking at pace, this could be dangerous. But I'm afraid that's where it ends for them. Perisic. Could be back in it here. It's in! Oh, they needed that. And they're not out of this game yet. Tielemans. Dean. John McGinn. On to Tielemans. Tyrone Mings. Now Tielemans. Luca Dean. Knocking it around nicely, waiting for that chance to pull clear. And able to come away with the ball. Now there could be a chance to counter. That's well watched and blocked.
Well, just listen to the noise in here. The fans certainly recognise that they're needed for one last push just to get their team over the line.
And this could be. A real sense of urgency here. Could they equalise from this? Perisic. A really good interception to take the ball. Luca Dean has the space to whip it in here. Attack is over. Really good defending. And that's the final whistle, leaving the...
This is the kind of occasion we all relish as football fans. Non-stop hype all week long, and now for the action. Hello, it's great to have you with us. We've travelled today to the Bismarckstrasse in Leverkusen. We're at the Villarreal. I'm Derek Ray at the microphone, and joining me for match commentary is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Bayer Leverkusen, and they take on PSV.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And the match begins. The lineup for Leverkusen. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Jonathan Tah plays alongside Edmond Tapsoba in central defence. And it's Patrick Schick up front. Well, here's how the lineup looks for PSV.
Well, it's a 3-4-2-1 with two players behind the centre forward, but they need to link up as much as possible. They're going to be key to the way this system works. Otherwise, the centre forward could become isolated.
Oh, that's really untidy. Well, it's great when you can rely on your keeper. Can't miss, surely. And the goal disallowed. You can see why. Offside, Stuart.
Yeah, I think he knew as well. Immediately looked over his shoulder to check for the linesman.
Plenty of support here. But a good piece of defending to bring it to an end. Opportunity in the wide area. He's in here. Only the keeper to beat, but he's missed it, Stuart.
Well, he went for power, but he didn't make the perfect connection. That's why he's missed the target there.
Ivan Perisic. Must take the lead here. Could be dangerous. Offside it is. Such a pity for him.
Well, he thought he was onside, but I think the assistant got that absolutely right.
Oh, he looks threatening. Well, got there in the end. That's the important thing. And providing width. And Patrick Schick now. Perisic. Perisic! The goalkeeper has outdone himself with that save. Just wanted to get it out of there. Well, there's an example of how to press high up. Using his body to good effect. He knew he had to make the tackle, and did. Xhaka's lost the ball. This looks more than decent. Well, it took a deflection. That'll be a corner. They gave it quite the blast, but nowhere close to the goal. Mauro Junior. That's a very fine piece of tackling. Play getting a bit bogged down in midfield. Takes it on. Five against the crossbar. Now threat over for now.
Well, it's those fine margins that are so important, and that one went against Leverkusen. So
oh, they could finish here, Stuart. Oh, what a save. Great goalkeeping. Emiliano Buendia. Lang. Trying to open them up. Oh, that's magnificent goalkeeping. And now we find out it was offside anyway. And as a play it goes, throw-in coming up here. And given away by Leverkusen. Oh, this is looking promising. Quick thinking defensively. Buendia. And that is offside. Noah Lang. And Mauro Junior with it. Feeding it through. And a goal! 1-0 it is. They've been pushing for the opener, and now they have it. It's with Ledesma. And Benitez has it here. Mauro Junior. It can be so difficult to play against a confident passing team when you're trailing. PSV regaining possession. That's a good pass. Oh, but brilliantly read to cut it out. It looks so promising.
Well, you can tell what the fans think of that decision. They're certain it should have been a penalty.
And space to cross it. An alert piece of defending. Could be threatening. He's in behind the defence here. And the keeper's hand does the trick. Well, he almost headed it in. Noah Lang. Lang? And he's alone in the middle by the look of things. Well, catching it sweetly, but not quite the accuracy he was looking for.
Well, it's always a difficult technique on the volley, but I think that's a massive chance he should score from.
Well, the first time. Well, underway once more, and it's going to be fascinating to see what developments occur in the second half. That's effective pressure high up the pitch. Aleix Garcia. And Mauro Junior with it. Ivan Perisic. Luke de Jong. Jordi Schouten. And the timing was perfect. Ball one. He's in the line. And he's done it! Parity again. A magnificent game unfolding. Seal. And Mauro Junior with it. Boscali. Ivan Perisic. It's a weighted pass. Well, there was impending danger, but good defending. Well, he had clearly drifted into an offside position.
Well, you can see from his reaction, he knew that wouldn't count.
That's really sound goalkeeping, not letting the opposition have any scraps. Frimpong. Xhaka with it. And the flag has gone up here, offside the decision. Ivan Perisic. Oh, surely. Corner, bear fruit for them. Long way out. Well, the keeper reacted magnificently. Well, trying to direct a volley on target is never easy, but that wasn't great, was it?
Well, not the connection he was looking for. It's well wide in the end.
Boscali. Schouten. Boscali in possession. Mauro Junior. Gustio. And Mauro Junior with it. PSV have given us away. Luke de Jong. Has eyes for goal! Oh, that's top-notch goalkeeping, you've got to say. Grimaldo. And a throw-in coming up for Leverkusen. He's blocked it! Corner kick awarded. And let's see if this will help them add to their lead. Not really the ideal clearance. Right over for now, it seems. A very timely interception. Buendia. Real talent. Oh, brilliant goalkeeping. Luc de Jong. They have given the ball away. Buendia. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. It's not going to go down as the prettiest passing sequence we've ever seen. Can he find the right pass? A fine reading of the situation. Time is of some concern. Can they level matters? This could level it. Oh, he couldn't finish at such an important juncture of the game as well.
Well, that's a big opportunity missed. And you have to question whether they'll get another. Time very much ebbing away now.
Well, catching it sweetly, but not quite the accuracy he was looking for.
Well, it's always a difficult technique on the volley, but I think that's a massive chance he should score from.
Now in a dangerous position. In it goes to increase their advantage. And will that be the goal that ends up securing it for them? Steele. Joey Fairman. Good-looking sequence. And no problems at all for the keeper. Not great distribution from the keeper. Oh, good-looking run. Great opportunity. That's to be. He had to score, and he does. Too much defending going on in the grand scheme of things. 4-1. Olivier Boscagli. Fairman. And just 1 minute of time added on for stoppages. Lang. Now with Perisic. So full time it is. Building to a crescendo all week, and very shortly it will be for real. We have all the action for you live. Hello and welcome to the city of Leverkusen. The venue for this game is the Arena. I'm Derek Ray, positioned here on the commentary gantry, and alongside me at the microphone is Stuart Robson. And it's the opening contest for the two teams in this Champions League season. It's Bayer Leverkusen up against Benfica.
Well, thanks, Derek. As always, when you're playing your first match, there's going to be a little bit of anxiety and tension. But these are two decent teams, so I'm expecting a really good game today.
And so the Bayer Leverkusen team looks like this. Lukas Radetzky is the goalkeeper. Edmond Tapsoba plays alongside Jonathan Tah in central defence. And it's Patrick Schick up front. And this is how the starting 11 looks for Benfica.
Well, it's a 3-4-2-1, so it's going to be interesting to see what's expected of the wing-backs here. Are they going to be high up the field or drop deeper to make a back five? Only time will tell.
But he tried in vain to get himself back onside.
Well, he needs to show greater awareness there and hold on to the ball a fraction longer.
Oh, big chance! And it looked so promising, but a goal kicked the outcome. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. Di Maria. From a long way out. Decent effort there.
Well, he has such good technique. He really did hit that well. He certainly came close there.
Di Maria. Benfica sloppy in possession. Space afforded him. Enough defensively. Real chance. And a goal to give them the lead. They have their reward. Adli. Perfectly positioned to take it away. Kukcu. Di Maria likes to get on the ball, and he has teammates to pass it to. Really took a touch on the way out of play, so a throw-in to come. Theme emerging of wasted possession. Oh, could be! They've only gone and grabbed another one. 2 goals in quick succession. Now they have the lead. No wonder they're celebrating. Grimaldo. And Patrick Schick now. Really getting stuck in. Di Maria. Kukcu. On the ball, Florentino. Otamendi. Pavlidis. The attack continues. They're making considerable progress. Oh, good vision. Good-looking move. I'll tell you what, that is really top-class defending. Fredrik Aursnes. And running in behind. He can't hold on to it. So that's a sad end to the attack. Has to be. Oh, a goal! From a very difficult angle, but that didn't bother him in the slightest. Plenty of support here. Radetzky. Emiliano Buendia. Well, now he's let a chopping challenge, and the referee has got to have a big think about it. Otamendi. Kukcu. Otamendi has it. And playing it through. Every goalkeeper would expect to catch that one. Oh, good run this. Well, what can he do with it? But quick thinking defensively. Aursnes. Benfica struggling to hang on to the ball. And the pass was just that little bit off. Nearly found its target. It's been knocked forward and it might give Angel Di Maria something to think about. No degree of difficulty at all for the keeper. And given away by Leverkusen. Kukçu. He read the situation defensively and did his job. And there it is. So the two teams have switched around and the second half is underway. Granit Xhaka. On the ball, Florentino. And playing it to the goalkeeper. Kukçu. Well, this could really help the cause. Firing it in. And the keeper there to deal with it. And fired over by Angel Di Maria. Well, the keeper made that look relatively easy. In truth, it wasn't. Aleix Garcia. And Benfica with the ball once more. Could be dangerous, but no, just offside.
Well, it was close, and it is offside. The assistant got that absolutely right.
And running it back. This could be troublesome. And straight out of play off the keeper's boot. It will be a throw-in. Cheek. Might be a chance to break. Trying his luck from long range. A wonderful counter-attacking football. Just unfortunate that they didn't score.
Well, had he scored, that would have been a great goal. The speed in which they changed from defence to attack was brilliant.
Cheek. Just the challenge that was required. The referee felt he had to blow the whistle. And taking it away. It's a bit of a struggle for both sides to keep the ball right now. Grimaldo. Oh, he looks threatening. The flag has gone up here. Offside it is. Something like that will help the cause. An awful lot of green space to run into. But really sticking to the task defensively. Opportunity! A hit with ferocity when accuracy was required. Evangelos Pavlidis. Oh, he's through here. Oh, clean but he's missed it.
Well, it's a massive chance, but he never really looked in control, did he?
Into the final 20 minutes.
Match day is upon us. Fans are pouring into the stadium.
A warm welcome to you and thanks for joining us for another game live on EA TV. My name's Guy Mowbray. I'm joined by Sue Smith on the gantry, and it's time to kick off the UEFA Champions League season. It's PSV facing Aston Villa.
Yeah, cheers. Well, both teams will be hoping that they can get to the knockout round, so it is important that they pick up the 3 points early on. Just send out a statement to the others. I'm sure we'll see a good competitive match, though.
So the first half kicks off. Here's how PSV line up.
Yeah, it looks like a 4-3-3, and I think in midfield they'll have one deeper and the other two a little bit further forward. But they also have that option to have the two deeper lying midfielders if they do start to get overrun.
Here's today's Aston Villa team.
Yeah, they're playing a 4-3-3. The front three are going to need to link up well and make sure the central striker isn't too isolated. If it's on one side, can the other winger come in and be that second centre forward?
Watkins. Plenty of space to attack now. Can he finish? Oh, that was a decent position, but he went to whack it rather than place it and has narrowly missed. This could be threatening. The approach play looked encouraging, but good defending to snuff out any threat. Ollie Watkins. That's a nice forward-thinking pass. Looking for the angle. And there it is! 1-0 already! And the game restarts with the score 1-0. Mauro Junior. Yurdi Schouten. Joey Veerman. Schouten. Who's Till? An attack of genuine promise now. Chance to get in behind with that. Oh, really good goalkeeping there. Watkins. Now it needs a good ball in. Bailey! Excellent work in goal there, well saved. A really good interception to take the ball. Watkins. And the defender left behind. What a chance! Another goal! And it's one that tightens their grip on this game. Moscarli. Mauro Junior. Schouten. Till. Pushing forward with options available now. And it goes over the bar, which it looked like doing from the moment it was struck. Bailey. Matty Cash. Tielemans. Dean. On to Tielemans. Switched on and ready to intercept there. Tielemans. Bailey. Well, the effort never really looked like troubling the goalkeeper at all. Poor attempt in the end. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Bailey. Oh, great block. Corner taken short. And away, they've got it clear. Luke de Jong. Who's Thiel? An attack of genuine promise developing. Comeback could be on here. It's there! Hope restored! They're back in this game! Tielemans. Mings. Pass after pass. Happy just to keep possession for now. Tyrone Mings. On to Tielemans. Jacob Ramsey. Tielemans. Really good pass. Luca Dean. Leon Bailey. Bailey! Gets out, but for how long? Crucial defending. De Jong. And the forward progress continues. Luke de Jong. Promising looking attack, but it's come to nothing. Very quick to close down. Ollie Watkins. Thiel. There's the whistle. The ball is rolling and the second half is underway. Junior. Joey Veerman. Boscanli. Mauro Junior. Who's Thiel? Nice possession. Can they get a chance to equalise? Excellent reading of the game to win the ball. Ramsey. Luca Dean. Well, he's lost the ball, and any chance has gone. Thiel. And they need to be better on the ball than that. And over the touchline it goes. It'll be a throw-in now. Lang. He's asked plenty of questions of the back line. Certainly been difficult to contain.
He's done well, hasn't he? The standout is obviously his goal, but the quality of his all-round play has been impressive. He'll be hoping he can continue that level in the second half.
Well, that's been won really smartly. Shouton. Making decent progress here. Game on! 2 goals down and totally outplayed. But they've turned this match completely on its head.
Tyrone Mings. Jacob Ramsey. Keane. On to Tielemans. Ramsey. Tielemans.
Now a sense that something could happen from this. Lovely tiki-taka football. Can they find the final pass? They might have to regroup here, having lost the ball. Looking to put the cross in. That set up the chance.
Bailey. Teal. Good ball, decent looking attack this.
And the most incredible turnaround has gone all the way. They now have the lead when nobody gave them a prayer.
Tyrone Mings. McGinn. Ezri Konsa. On to Tielemans. Mings. John McGinn. McGinn.
Good work to regain possession.
Joey Veerman. Who's Teal?
Oh, could be a chance here. And that's been nicely won by the defence.
Already leading by 1, and they press home their advantage from this corner.
Oh, and he's left his man behind. But that's excellent work to come and take the ball away. And it's been cut out. There's the turnover. Good vision. Now, what can they do from here? Bailey. And he's won the ball to stop the goal. Came off the defender. Corner.
They decide against putting it in.
Luca Dean. It looks the right ball. That's a good ball. What a chance! Oh, it's in! Back from the brink with a timely equaliser.
Boscagli. Who's Teal? Mauro Junior. Teal. Perisic. Veerman. Lang. Who's Teal?
Promising move this. A goal now would surely be the winner. It's all over as the ref...
Match day is upon us. Fans are pouring into the stadium. Anticipation has reached an all-time high. All the action here on EA TV.
Thanks for joining us at the magnificent Metropolitano in Madrid. I'm Guy Mowbray to bring you commentary along with England legend Sue Smith. And we've got action from La Liga EA Sports on the way. It's Atletico Madrid and they face Villarreal.
Well, thanks, Guy. I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
And so the first half kicks off. Here's how Atletico Madrid line up. Jan Oblak is in goal. Jose Maria Jimenez starts alongside Clement Longley as the centre-backs. Koke starts alongside Rodrigo de Paul in central midfield. And in attack, Julian Alvarez starts alongside Antoine Griezmann. This is the Villarreal team.
Yeah, it looks like the same system, and the battle will certainly be in those midfield areas where they're matched up numerically. I'm sure the manager will be emphasising they've got to win those individual battles.
And it's opened up for him. Baena. Parejo. Oh, that's how to win the ball. Antoine Griezmann. Space now to get a crossover. The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Jeremy Pino. Oh, lovely skill to beat his marker. Well, he wouldn't let him get away that easily. Alex Baena. And Atletico come away with the ball. Lino. Well read, just as it was looking promising. Well, he's kept that out nicely. Santi Comesanya. Very well kept out, alert and ready. a promising-looking attack. But it will now be tidied up and cleared away. Lino. Still all square. Can they make this pressure count? Promising position, this. And that's good goalkeeping in a difficult situation. Rodrigo de Paul. Good work to regain possession. Good ball in behind. Oh, that's offside. They might have been in there otherwise. And possession given away. Parejo. Alex Baena. On to Koke. Rodrigo de Paul. Antoine Griezmann. Baena. Perez. He'll take this on. Well, it turned out to be fairly routine for the keeper. He'll happily collect that. Koke. Able to come away with the ball. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. And Atletico regaining possession. Drifting into a useful position here. And the promise of something happening is over. And the forward progress continues. The ball back with Atletico now. Alex Baena. This could be dangerous. Could be a chance. Well, I'm sure he thought he'd scored that. Great goalkeeping. Fired to the edge of the box. And that has stopped any potential danger. Space to attack here for Atletico. For the lead now. For how long? Well, it's one of the golden rules of goalkeeping. If you can't hold it, make sure you get it properly away, and that wasn't the case there. Ball rolling again, and Atletico Madrid just the one goal in front. Gala. Clement Longley. On to Koke. Rodrigo de Paul. Lino. That's been viewed as a foul. A free kick's awarded. Marcos Llorente. Good work from Atletico to win back possession. Atletico showing good width here. Alvarez, genuine chance. Another goal, and it's one that tightens their grip on this game. Raul Albiol. Parejo. Semenia. Santi Comesaña. Parejo. Ball taken away from them. Marcos Llorente. On to Koke. Koke. Trying to spark the attack further into life here. Koke. Chance to deliver into the box. And the keeper's done really well to keep that out.
Well, it's a brilliant attacking display, so much quality in the final third, and the finishes have been really clinical. The back line just doesn't have the answers. They need to organise themselves quickly, or this could be...
Oh, they must score! The ball is lost, and the chance has gone too. Griezmann. De Paul. Oh, a great chance! Oh, against the post! Well, that's hugely frustrating for the coach and the players. Could be a chance to break here.
Well, this has been a really strong performance, hasn't it? They've created lots of chances. This time it's unlucky not to go in, but I still think there's more goals in this.
Hang on, what about this? And that's nice and easy for the goalkeeper. Rodrigo de Paul. Bit sloppy in possession. This to get back into it. It's in, and this game isn't lost or won just yet. Rodrigo de Paul. Now Jimenez. Galan. Jimenez. Marcos Llorente. On to De Paul. Rodrigo de Paul. Griezmann. A little careless there as the ball changes hands. Really good pass. They've given it away here. Good pressure this, high up the pitch. A really good interception to take the ball. Alex Baena. Tackle, and he's come away with it. Now there might be a chance to level things. Well, given the position he found himself in, he really should be testing the keeper. Fantastic opportunity squandered. Galan. On to De Paul. Julian Alvarez. That's a nice forward-thinking pass. Griezmann. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Taking this on. Excellent work in goal there. Well saved. Koke. On to De Paul. Turnaround in possession. Excellent positioning. Antoine Griezmann. This might be promising. Denied by some top-quality defending. And that brings an end to the match with this...
The magical feeling of match day and the desire to lose.
Hello and welcome to Villarreal's Estadio de la Ceramica. Guy Mowbray with you for commentary. Delighted to be joined by Sue Smith. And we've got action from La Liga EA Sports on the way. It's Villarreal facing Atletico Madrid.
Well, thanks, Guy. I can't wait for this one today. The atmosphere is buzzing, and I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
Ball is rolling, we're underway. This is the Villarreal team.
Yeah, it looks to be a 4-4-2, and you'd expect the two strikers to occupy both centre-backs. When they attack, they'll combine, and the wide midfielders, they'll get forward to provide crosses for them both.
Here's how Atletico Madrid line up. Jan Oblak is in goal. Jose Maria Jimenez starts alongside Clement Longley as the centre-backs. Rodrigo de Paul starts alongside Koke in the centre of midfield. And in attack, Antoine Griezmann plays alongside Julian Alvarez. Femenia. Jose Perez. Bit of a squeeze on here. In the right position to cut out the pass. A move of real promise developing. Julian Alvarez. Lino. Now to deliver a good ball in. To put them ahead. And the keeper's done really well to keep that out. And the keeper able to hold on to it at the second attempt.
Well, you can sense the relief. It's a fantastic initial save, though.
Perez. Good patient build-up. They might have to regroup here, having lost the ball. Griezmann. That will keep the attack moving nicely. He's hit the bar. And that hasn't come to anything.
Oh, that wasn't far away, was it? They do well to create the chance. They just couldn't quite finish it off there.
Rodrigo de Paul. Samuel Lino. And they've got it back now. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Oh, and he's left his man behind. He takes it on. Off the defender. Corner kick. And they've gone with a short one. Griezmann. Delivered towards the back stick. And the danger is cleared. Perez. Plenty of space to attack now. Goes for goal! Tremendous! That has been absolutely thundered home. Longley. Gallant. Now Longley. On to De Paul. Koke. Griezmann. Good work to recover possession. Femenia. Jose Perez. This is a lovely spell on the ball. And ready for it coming his way. still danger here. Yet another block. Koke. Samuel Lino. Moving the ball well in search of the equaliser. But unable to find the killer pass in the end. Jose Perez. An attack of genuine promise now. And it's on now. Well, that's what he's there for. It's a good stop. Baena. Real opportunity. Oh, it's a penalty. To make it 2-0. And he's denied them from the spot. It's played in now. There's no margin for error here. This could be threatening. And there it is. He's doubled up for the day. And the game restarts with the score 2-0. Alvarez. Now Jimenez. Gala. Well, the first half is drawing to a close, and the fans are understandably happy. What an impressive performance they've seen, Sue.
I think they'll be happy with the first half, Guy. Good performance from them, played with a real intensity and quality, and going into the break being up by 2. It's a huge positive.
Oh, a great chance. Crucial defending. Griezmann. Alvarez. A little sloppy on the ball there. Alex Baena. And that will do it. So away we go then for the second half. Raul Albiol. Parejo. Now Longley. Galan. Clement Longley. On to De Paul. Marcos Llorente. Rodrigo De Paul. Galan. Now Jimenez. Samuel Lino. That's a good ball. Alvarez. Well, it did look promising, but threat averted. Oh, good ball in behind. And that's a frustrating call for them. Mightily close.
Well, I thought he was in there. It looked like he timed his run well, but the flag's up. He'll be so disappointed because that's really unlucky.
Jose Perez. And the keeper's done. Now, this could be costly. Could be a chance. Off the crossbar. Well, a bit of a disappointing end to the attack.
Well, this has been a really strong performance, hasn't it? They've created lots of chances. This time it's unlucky not to go in, but I still think there's more goals in this.
Well, they can't let it affect them. Mind's back on the job. Comeback could be on here. Oh, they've lost it. The attack is over. Well, we've seen a top player at the top of his game up to now. It's been a performance of the highest quality.
Yeah, it was an incredible performance. Clearly the difference between the two sides. He's causing that back line so many problems. He'll no doubt...
Oh, what a chance this is! And they're 3 in front now. What a performance this has been so far. Clement Longley.
Now Jimenez.
Longley. Alvarez. Need to get tighter here. De Paul. Julian Alvarez. Can he finish? Oh, it's still in there. Okay. And the ball has been nicely cut out. Perez. Santi Comesaña. Well read to gain possession. Julian Alvarez. Oh, nice vision in that pass. And it's on now. Stopped at the last. Chances don't come better. Making decent progress here. And they've scored! And all the noise is coming from the away end. Kiko Femenia. Raul Albiol. Parejo. Albiol. Parejo. Baena. Yeremy Pino. This is a lovely spell of possession. Great chance here. And that puts a really impressive seal on what has been a fantastic performance. Clement Longley. Now Jimenez. Gala. Approaching the last whistle here, and the hosts have really been on it. This will get a great reaction from the fans.
Yeah, they thoroughly deserve the victory. The attacking play will get all of the plaudits, and rightly so. I've been so impressed with how well they've kept the ball. The work rate's been excellent. They win it back quickly when they lose it. Just been a good all-round performance.
Time is on their side, and the score is in their favour. Read the pass well, and cuts it out. De Paul, genuine chance. And there's his second of the match, leading the way for the team. Raul Albiol. Kiko Femenia. Albiol. Comesaña. Baena. Parejo. Santi Comesaña. And that brings an end to the match with disappointment.